Hey, Sammy. La boop. Do 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 do. Excuse me. Why are you? I popped out your chat. So why? There we go. Do 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 do. Hi, Adra. I got a game. I brand new game. A game called Scrap Mechanic. A game of games of games. Ba da ba 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 da ba. Rich got it for me as a Valentine's Day gift. Ta-da! Welcome to Scrap Mechanic. Let's see. Custom game. I believe it said that I specifically, if I want to do... Okay, there. And we want to enable both of these. And basically, if I want to use the modded stuff in my custom game, I gotta use this mod here. Hello? Can I type my... Why can't I name the game? Hello? Hello? It's not letting me type the... There we go. Oh. Let's try that again. Yeah, basically, if I want to use these two mods, I have to go with this method. Otherwise, we get the regular gameplay of Dr. Pixel Plays Raft Mechanic, aka the mod made by the team that includes the person who made RM Creative. RM Creative here allows, with the use of modded CraftBot Recipes game mode, it'll generate a normal survival game mode, but it will allow me to craft the items from Raft Mechanic in the normal game mode, as well as wings. Downloading mod database. That was an instant. But basically, I feel like I prefer the more loose crafting and construction of vehicles that Scrap Mechanic provides. Yeah, basically modded things that would normally be restricted to the game mode that they're added by, unless of course you include they had a mod that specifically said that you could gain access to them with the use of that specific game mode. Yeah. Anyways, extinguish the fire on the ship. So let's see. I pick this up. Put down. Ah, that's my lift. No, that's not my lift. Oh. Pick up with the lift. There we go. That's how that works. Okay. Anyways. let's grab some stuff. Yeah, so basically, that game mode, the game mode that's provided there, is a survival game mode that allows you to gain access to the stuff that the mods that support the file. That did not reach. Water bucket obtained. 1. Did that even do its thing? I don't think it did. But yeah, basically that thing there, that builder guide thing, I guess is telling me how to make my first vehicle. Ba 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 ba. Hi, Raina. Lay down. Nah, you want under the blanket, don't you? You better actually lay down, though. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Okay, so that's basically suggesting how to make my first vehicle. Yes, I am well aware of the dangers of water and electrical fires. Very well aware. However, this is a crashed spacecraft. So there is probably differences. And I'm well aware because I used to work in a kitchen when I was able to actually have any semblance of capability of working. Outside of, like, having to stay laying down most of the time. I used to work at a restaurant. And one of the food safety protocols involved learning how dangerous water on electrical fires actually is. That too. Because I had to get, water on grease fires too. Those two things being some of the most dangerous mixes when it comes to fire putting out. Yeah, well, I'm just meaning, like, the water on grease fire, water on electrical fire are both dangerous combinations. Very, very dangerous combinations. Find a way to activate the ship. Ah! I didn't fully put the fire out. Fire equals confusion. Game, I did not fully put the fire out. Why are you already telling me to move on? I'm confusioned. But that game mode, that raft mechanic game mode, is also technically a mod by itself, by the way. So it's more of a gain access to modded recipes in regular gameplay, instead of having to be restricted to the modded gameplay. Do 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 do. Stay back. Mine. Do 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 do. Yo, chat, did you know y'all cute? Pop, 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 pop. Let's see. Okay, good. Just had to make sure the model was showing properly. Do, 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 do. Let's just kind of. Oh, wait. That's right. That's how that works. Those blocks work. Those things work specifically. Dot. Master battery obtained. Oh. Ooh, component kit. Nice. Because sometimes I forget to put my model on that first thing. Boop the Adra, boop the chat. Do 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 do. Pop. Pop. Why so many chemical? Can I please have more components? Pop. Gasoline, chemicals. I want an engine as well. Discord. Hi Sarge, happy Valentine's Day to you too. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Boop a da boop. Boop a da boop. Yo, chat, did you know I'm scary? Did you know I'm super duper scary? Super duper duper scary. I'm only kind of cute. How dare you? How dare you slander me so? I'm only kind of cute. Boop. Da 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 da. But you're biased. You're biased. How do I open my? How do I? Quest completed. Alright. Let's make our vehicle. Also, boop. Oh, wait, I don't have a seat. I don't have a steering. Ah! I'll have to deal with that later. Sarge blames me for getting him into the create mod for Minecraft. Oh, don't worry. There's a bunch of add-ons for the older versions of Create that don't work currently. There's a bunch of add-ons for the current versions of Create that work very, very well and replace the add-ons for the older versions. There's also a bunch of add-ons for Valkyrian Skies that enhance interactions with Create. You'll have a lot of fun with that. Anyways, I don't have a vehicle right now, so let's go ahead and do... But yeah, again, I definitely prefer the building, the vehicle... Ooh. Ah, fudge. Okay, that's annoying. It's not locking. The game. This game doesn't lock. Doesn't screen lock. I may have to alternate how I Yeah, because of Valkyrian Skies, I had to go with 118.2 if I also wanted trains and Valkyrian Skies. Because Valkyrian Skies, the highest version that it's available for right now is 118.2. Options. Does this have a... Thank you for the jump scare attempt, Fox Knight. Probably don't want to attempt to do this with a controller. So what I probably want to do is, unfortunately, may have to do the workaround of using my phone as a display exclusively for chat again. Ah! Because the game is not... mouse is not locked to game screen in regular windowed mode. So if I'm not careful, I click off game. Which could lead to my death. Yeah, component kit. Does it sound like my computer's taking off all of a sudden? Weird. And disconcerting. Yeah. Dickens, don't you dare. You were literally just out. Um, this game shouldn't be much more extensive than ow, Minecraft. Ah! Ow! Bad, bad, bad creature. Bad little hay bot. How dare you? Yeah, Sarge has blamed me for getting him addicted to create. Mm-hmm. A very, very good. Okay, so there is a waypoint to it, if I want to. I wanted to get into the second floor, but... Oh, wait. I have a cheese. I have a cheese. Second floor. Here I come. I have a floor cheese. Bop. Wee. What? So much for infinite lift capability. They must have patched that out at some point. No, wait. Nope. I feel. Nah. Come on. That was literally the opposite of what I clicked. Fine, I'll come back up right here again. What? I hit the space bar. I literally hit the space bar and it just acted like I didn't. Excuse me? That was more than close enough for me to have made that. What the flip? How am I gonna do this? Can I? No, I can't. Okay. That's definitely too far away. Okay. But what if? What if, and hear me out, what if I do something like this? Ow. Aha! Oh, wait. But yeah, it definitely sounds like my computer's ready for liftoff. Which is kind of disconcerting. Mm-hmm. Hey, Cat, you have me worried. You're on my computer, and I'm worried that you're the reason it's running so loudly. Mislaying across one of the vents. Oh! Come on! I barely stepped right there. I am really I'm gonna have to full screen this. I really didn't want to have to, but I'm going to have to. Oh. No, that didn't work. Give me a couple seconds, chat. Display. Borderless window. Apply. No, wait. Yes. Now apply. Yes. Where did I just put my phone? There it is. Do 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 do. Give me a couple, chat. Give me just a few. Just a few. Just a few. Just a little bit of time. Alright, I can see you again, chat. What? That is very much not where I clicked. There we go. Yeah, I just really wish that games would lock the control to the screen. If they were in anything other than you know, just like anything other than windowed mode, than windowed borderless or full screen. Also, boop. Okay, so one of the items did make it to the ground over there. Gotcha. If we do, oh, I got stuck for a second there. Do 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 do. See how much of the vent cover she's covering? I know, I'm just curious why this game in particular is running my fans so much.
Didn't they say something about some of the physics of it are bugged, though?
Yes.
What they were talking about, and not Trailblazers, about like anything interacting with water causes tons of extra calculations.
Any vehicle, player-made vehicle, yes. I don't have a player-made vehicle yet.
Maybe that's not the only thing. There's other things that are broken. Like it's rendering stuff that you can't see and it shouldn't be.
They've not talked about...
Issues.
I just know that that Con Gaming and Moonba and Scrapman, none of them talked about that being an issue for them. Hi, Gaelic. Anyways. Boop the Gaelic. Welcome to Scrap Mechanic, the sandbox vehicle building physics engine that is apparently screwing with my screwing with my computer's heat. How dare you attack me, sir? How dare you? How dare. I always gotta walk past you peacefully. And then you had to attack. Hoping for some cotton on the way out this way. Uh-oh. How far away is this mechanics building? Ah! Whew. Okay. See what I don't have any, engine. Because that feels like that mechanic building is pretty far away. I don't have the materials for that thing anyways. Silly game. The builder guide called for some stuff that I don't have access to. Not yet, at least. Stuff that I need to either craft or obtain via finding. Let's grab some pigment flowers while we're on the way out. La da 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 da. Boop the chat, boop the chat. Boop the Gaelic, boop. Leandra, boop the Sarge. Okay, it wasn't quite as far away as I was worried. So I want to potentially make a vehicle that doubles as a raft that doubles as a vehicle. A mobile base that doubles as a vehicle. As a land vehicle and a water vehicle. Maybe even possibly use the wings mod to modify it to potentially triple as a plane. How dare you, sir? Okay. Boop. Alright, all-terrain, truly all-terrain vehicle. Yes. An ATV, the truly all-terrain vehicle. A plane that floats as a raft, but also drives on land as a regular car. Requires a master battery, like the one I have in my inventory, but I apparently need to have in my hotbar to be able to place the master battery. Now, let's see. Okay, it was over here, right? How do I interact with it? Oh wait, no, it's up there. We then need to go up here. We need to make a craft bot. However, we need some component kits. Ay caramba. I need component kits. Of course I do. Well, I know where I'm going. First, what is this? Scrap gas engine. Scrap driver's seat. Scrap passenger seat. Well, scrap stuff. I need some scrap wood. Wait. Wait a second. They never showed that off in their gameplay. I didn't know that was a thing. Well, I guess I can go back to the... Ow, bad creature. What the... Why is my model... Of all places for it to allow my model to interact with my mouse. I thought she was far enough off the screen that the game would not be able to pick her up. I mean, the mouse would not be able to pick her up without me pausing the game and intentionally moving off the game screen. And apparently, I was literally just clicking her shadow. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Anyways, let's craft a scrap gas engine. And then after that, we'll need one of these. Okay, for a second I thought that meant that there was one of those stupid tote bots coming after me. Also, I need a connect tool. And then scrap. I'll need a whole bunch of wood. Well, there's a hay bot coming after me. Hey bot, come here. I need your components. Oh, come on, you didn't drop a component kit. Dagnabbit. Yeah, I plan on using the raft mechanic mod materials to make a raft, and then use regular scrap mechanic materials to modify that raft to have wheels on it. eventually. And I'll probably modify my first car here once I get a regular engine and regular seat to have said things. I guess I'll use the Your First Car guide to do it. So that mini quest disappears off of my screen. I'll use that to make my first car. And then I'll modify that to be like a tractor or something. For watering the crops. Okay. If I'm right, I have 4 bearings. I just realized I don't know how I'm gonna make this thing turn. We'll see. Oh wait, no, I do. I do know. I don't think I have enough bearings for it. So let's make a couple bearings. Well, one more bearing. Because I need 6 bearings. 2 for the front so that I can do the turning. Where the wheels are going to connect. Okay. So if we go into here, and we set our waypoint to the crashed ship, we can pick up Your First Car guide. And basically what I'll probably do is I'll probably put some kind of, on my raft, I'll put some kind of garage type structure once I've made it to store the first car. As a monument. Come on. Come here, little stupid hay bots. Get over here. I don't know why you hate me so much. Can you please give me something useful, like say, other than the circuit boards? Can you please give me something other than the circuit boards? Like your stupid component kits. I need component kits. Grr. For some of the things I need to make later, eventually I need component kits. And specifically the hay bots can drop them. Uh-oh. I'm gonna die, I think. Fudge. Yep. Well, that complicates things. Because all my stuff is over there. We'll take you with me. Everything but my hammer is over here. Hold up, is that the same building I already cleared? No, it's farther away, okay. I was gonna be a little irritated. It's drastically further away. Hi, precious little walks. Here. Let's do a thing. So that I can get some food. Something food related, at least. You drop your milk. Whoa! Ah, fudge. Come on. Get over here. Come here. No! Leave the walk alone. Ah, fiddle faddle. Great, hopefully that doesn't mean that my other bag... Okay, good. I guess that's been left there, okay. I forgot that's how that works. Great. Well, I was hoping to get some milk. But no. The Haybots had other things in mind. Yeah. This game very much is centered around ranged combat. But yeah, I wanted milk. But no. The stinking Haybots. And they're not even the worst in it. They're not even the strongest enemy either. Yeah, they're not even the strongest. But yeah, so much for getting that milk from the walks. Because they probably killed them. You know? Knowing my luck, they killed them. Pop, pop, pop. Oh. Didn't realize that tool stayed there. Guess I'll have to try to find some more. Because unfortunately for me, I cannot eat the corn. The walk's milk would satisfy the, Hey, you. the poor walk alone. Oh, little walk, where'd you go? Precious walk. Oh well. I'll find another one. Ara's hunting her stuff now. Okay. We're hunting the ones that killed me. Thirsty, hungry, how dare you have such atrocities, such needs. Having such needs is unheard of and unpalpable. Kidding. Anyways, component kits. Excuse me, I mean what? Flux spirits don't burp. Therefore, Ara didn't burp. Yeah. Unfortunately for me, the ones that hit hard are not the strongest. There's quite a few bigger ones. Great, if only I had a spud gun. The tilt of this building is disconcerting. But yeah, once I get a better engine... actually, the spud gun is a legitimate weapon in this game. That is in fact a potato cannon. With varying forms. So, pretty much, yes. Pretty much, yes. I do in fact need a potato cannon. Unfortunately for me, I do not have access to that yet. I must interact with the trader once I gain access to him. I must grow crops and deal with stupid enemies like that. Like that thing. But yes, there's varying degrees of the spud gun in this. like different forms of it. But yes, I will have to deal with assaults from those things because I'm growing crops. To get the crops, to get enough of the crops resources to trade with the trade person to obtain any of the other stuff. Glass blocks, batteries, those are useless to me. The batteries at least are. Some tomato. Ooh, an orange. But yeah, to get the resources to trade with the guy, I will in fact need to grow crops and to deal with them attacking me. Before I can ever gain it. Because it needs, to get my first one, I'll need a certain number of... Hold on, did that chest... Wait.
What?
I'm confused. I searched this chest, because there's nothing in it. But the breakable chest that I have to... The chest I have to break to get resources, there was one that suddenly appeared where I've already been. Like it wasn't there before. Because somehow somehow I missed it when I opened this chest.
Did that people here jump on my computer or something?
Why?
Because it's freaking out?
No. But, no, she did not. She's been laying down on my computer, on top of my computer the whole time. Either I missed it, or it just suddenly spawned. Because there wasn't one there before. At least I don't think there was. Again, that's why it's either I missed it, or it randomly spawned. Because I very clearly looted this one, because this one's empty. Which means the breakable chest wasn't there to... Oh, fudge! Ow! Ew. Ow! That hurt. Ew. But yeah, to gain access to the walks, the milk of the walks, I need to feed them corn. But to do that, I need to not have them... I need to find a walk that's not being chased and assaulted by either Tokes or... Because here's the thing. Give me your milk. Come on, buddy. Give me milk. There's some milk. Milk. I need your milk, buddy. Aha! So did I get a queen bee? If I did, I wouldn't have been able to... I wouldn't have actually held it. Because my inventory is full. Actually, no, I could have held it. Because at the time that I got that honeycomb, my inventory was not full. Well, I don't know if you realize what this thing's name is. Adra. What the milk says it is the milk of. What the name of the creature is. The wok is literally a cow. Backwards. AKA, udders on its head. That's what a wok is. It's a cow that has its udders on its head. Yeah, and also I wasn't able to milk it. I had to feed it corn and it just spawned, it just tossed its milk into the air for me to catch in a container. If anything. I was hoping for, well. Yeah. If anything, this thing just tosses its milk into the air for me to catch. I don't actually get to milk it. Okay, how do I get to that one? How do I get to that hive? How do I get to that hive in particular? But yes. I just had to give it corn and it tossed its milk into the air for me to catch. Ow. I guess I can use my lift. I guess I can use the lift to get up there. Whee! Because I'm collecting the beeswax because I need it for things. But there's also a chance, while I collect the beeswax, for me to have gained access to a queen bee. Just from collecting those. Unfortunately for me, it does not appear to have worked. Oh well. Boop. But yeah. So now, we have the precious bearings that we're going to be attaching to our vehicle. We have the vehicle. We have all the wood. We have a bunch of wood for the vehicle. Is this something? Nope, that's wok steak. Of course it is. It's interesting that they call it wok steak when woks are already cows, therefore steak is already wok meat. Because steak is cow meat. Normally. So therefore in this world, wouldn't wok meat be steak already? And they wouldn't technically need to specify that it was from wok? Since woks are cows? Since the woks are this universe's equivalent of cows? The steak would already be... The wok meat would already be steak because it's cow meat? Right? So yes, I do remember one little detail. Those things do in fact respawn. I probably shouldn't have broken that yet. I don't need a head, I guess. But... yeah, but, like, I'm just confused why it would specify that wok meat is wok steak when it should technically just be thought of as steak. Anyways, let's take this thing. Lift creation. Let's put it here. Alright. So let's then take wood. Bop. On either side. Bop. I probably want bearings on the front one specifically, I guess. Yep, that's what I thought. That was exactly what I was expecting it to tell me to do. I love when I'm right. How about this kind of thing? Anyways, do I have them? Yes, I do. Okay. I do have that many tires. So the problem is here that this vehicle is literally going to be very poor quality in concept. Okay. So then I need my engine wherever it went. Hold on, didn't I make an engine? Wait. Oh. Wait. Yeah. It's right there, isn't it? Boop the chat. So in theory, we then take the lift out of the place. We then get on the vehicle. Right. I also haven't put any fuel in it yet. Ba 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 ba. Let's do this. Ta-da! Hello, let's actually try a little thing I like to call turning down the power on my engine as low as I can go without it being off. Ow. What we can do to be fair, I should probably actually... Yeah, the default vehicle does appear to be pretty cute. Look at this little pond, too. Yeah, this is a nice little ragtag vehicle. So, I believe this will do for now. We'll modify its engine later on. To be a better engine. was kind of hoping by doing that, you wouldn't. Lift. Anyways, I want to make sure that there's not some quest I'm missing in here. No. Okay. I guess we do need to set a waypoint back to the mechanic shop. Maybe, actually, if we do this, like so, we then can take some scrap metal. For now. And do this to weight down the front. So it doesn't do a bouncy bounce as much. Also, I just remembered, if I take this, I should in theory be able to then use my lift and delete that. There. I no longer have that. It doesn't turn well. What? No, it's not. I deleted that thing. I meant the thing I deleted, not my lift. What? What? Was that how I got it in my hotbar the whole time? Was to delete it like that? Because it wouldn't go in my hotbar any other way. I wanted it gone. Oh well. Thanks for letting me know. I was confused as flippers. Anyways, how are you doing? Dickens, can you stop whining over there? This is literally my first time playing the game. I've watched videos of it, but never seen the beginning. Huh. Interesting. Well, that's one unique thing to do. That's one way to get around that little detail. Because I couldn't figure out how to get in my hotbar any other way. I'll just toss that into a storage unit, into a chest at some point. Okay. I think adding that metal should allow for me to go a little bit faster with my engine. No, it did not allow for that. Let me guess, the scrap metal doesn't have enough weight for that plan. Ah. Oh well. Maybe it does. I just wanted to move a little faster, and I noticed that my vehicle kept lifting upwards, so I thought. But yeah, I've watched a few people play, but never seen them delete vehicles except for in creative mode. Like I was watching Con Gaming series. His co-op series. Fudge. Last night I was, because I hadn't watched him that series before. So and I hadn't seen him delete a vehicle out in that series, so I didn't know that that's how that worked.
No.
Dickens, stop.
It's been like 20 minutes.
Yeah. If that. It's only been 20 minutes, if that, since Dickens went out. Yes. Technically. It's the, I added the mod, a couple mods to my game, and a custom game to my game. Basically there's a mod that, it's, modded items. It allows you to craft modded items in survival, but you have to use the custom world that's provided by the mod. And I wanted to be able to use the raft mechanic, creative mod items, like it mentions you can do. Because that's the only way you can get access to them in survival, is if you play in this custom world. Other than that little detail, it is a regular survival world, though. But I have the wings mod and the raft mechanic creative blocks mod enabled. But yes, it is very much a custom world. Basically, it just modifies the crafting thing to allow me to use modded blocks. But I had to play in the custom world provided. So, yeah, I have access to raft blocks. Raft mechanic blocks and wings mod. Yeah, I didn't think you were. I just wanted to mention what exactly I did. I don't remember the name of the mod off the top of my head, unfortunately. Okay, what? Fudge. It needs some of that, doesn't it? Yep, okay. It needs ember. Of course it needs ember. Which means I have to go to the stupid... Of course I have to go to one of the burning biomes. Of course, why wouldn't I? Anyways, ooh. That's gonna be too heavy, isn't it? That's gonna be, yep. That's what I was afraid of. Ah. Oh. That was exactly what I was expecting. Um. Fudge. I can't save right now. The mod that I'm using, I had to use that specific custom mod. View my subscriptions. Modded Craftbot recipes. And I had to use their specific custom world. By Dartfrog. And Questionable Mark. I had to use their, I had to use the custom world provided by them. There was also an option to use, the Raft custom world. But I wanted to use theirs. Because I wanted the regular survival feel, but also include the raft stuff in the game. So, yeah. Well, okay, so if we want to counterbalance, I assume we're going to need to do something more along the lines of, this. I imagine this thing is probably too heavy for this purpose too, though. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Probably don't have enough weight with this to counterbalance, do I? No. I don't. Oh well. Huh. Dickens, please stop.
Oh, you're not going out again.
Wait. Can I do that?
It's too soon.
Can I really? Well, I can. I can really do that. Dickens! How do I... Okay, so I would need to put the bearings there. Dickens! Seriously, stop that. Right. Fudge. Alright, so I can modify the heights and stuff. Anyways. Why don't we... pick up that. What we'll probably do then, for this purpose, is a little bit of a thing where I incorporate the Craftbot into the vehicle. And I'm very... Ah, fudge! That is not what I meant to do. That is very much not what I meant to collect. That is very... Oh, that's not what I meant to click either. So we need to go like so. Oops. Actually, no. Let's do... Oh, fudge. Just more of on the front of the craft bot. Dickens! Please stop. Alright, so then we go. And we do something very, very similar to before. So let's take it about 4 out this time, though. Alright. So then we go. We put new weight here. Hopefully this works. Then we take two of these. Also, I believe to do what I want to do, I need to go this way. So then from there we go. Okay. Actually, wait. Let's, Fudge! No! Bloody flippers! Well, let's see if I have enough resources to make a welding tool. Was that here? It was in the craft bot. That's right. Of all timings for me to pull that BS. I don't, unfortunately, have enough resources for that purpose. Okay, well, I guess I have to redo this whole thing. Okay. Dickens. Okay. Stop! There's no way you already have to.
Because, like I said, he went up the first time for 5 minutes and then didn't even bother to go.
Dickens, stop. Fudge. I keep accidentally right-clicking. One, two, three, four. Okay, so now if we do this, let's see, can I... Okay, so I do the thing that was not necessarily there. Alright. So if we do it this way, we then lift here. Ah, fudge. So we then, whoa, fudge. How did I manage to click my model again? Stop that. Okay, so now we go. Alright, so first off, there's that. Now, from here, okay, I don't have enough wood yet. Fudge. The tree is too big for the sledgehammer. Ah! Nice. Before I make the welding tool, I need to check my craft bot to see how much it costs to make it shit. Oh, hi there, little guy. Hi. May I help you? On the back of the craft bot. Just directly on the back of the craft bot. Do you mean on the back or on the top? Like, do I put it here? Engine. Seat. Do I put it in a way that I'm horizontal? Like so? Ah! Stop! No. I'm getting annoyed because I keep somehow clicking my model. Let's see. Let's test it. Wait. Right. Also, is the seat backwards? I think I put the seat backwards. I did put the seat backwards. First off. Okay. First off. Lift creation. Place creation on lift. Place bike that way. Seat that way. I wanted to make sure, I was testing to make sure that the tires are right, but I also noticed that little detail because I also have to click this. Now, change rotation, I think we do it that way. Then to test A. Okay, so D should. I'm doing D. Yeah, okay. So now we take. We toss fuel for my inventory. Not what I meant to click. Fuel for my inventory into there. Anyways, I have made a thing. Dickens. The tires are going the wrong way, I think. Stop, Dickens. Dickens! Please! Okay, well, let me just say, this is the worst engine in existence. The worst engine in existence, right there. I need a better engine at least. Let's see. What do I need? Why isn't it telling me what those are? That's obviously components. Crude oil. And metal block. Metal block 1. Metal block 1, huh? Well, I don't have any crude oil right now. Let me see. I need a pump, I think. That's an interesting. Okay. I need crude oil. I need components. But I need a pump. Air conditioner, interesting. Ow. Dickens, can you please stop? Wait. Where's the pump? Why am I confused? Because this one, the pump should have been easy to find. I'm confusioned. There it is. Okay, so I need the components, but I also need metal block 2, I think? Yeah. Metal block tier 2. Which needs ember and water. Wait, how do I gain water without... Hold up. Now I'm even more confusioned. How do I gain water without... But to gain that kind of water? That's what I'm confused about. Does the bucket... Does the water the bucket holds count as that kind of water? Huh. Anyways, so my Craftbot vehicle is too heavy for my engine. It appears. I'll be right back, chat. I have returned. La boop. Boop the chat. Anyways, I have a feeling my vehicle may be a bit too heavy for the engine I'm using. So I will have to use a different engine. Unfortunately for me. So we are going to go ahead and move the scrap bot from being part of my vehicle to be here. We are then going to take and reattach the vehicle. Wait, I can't do it that way. Fudge! I just realized I can't do it that way. Oh, fudge. You know why I can't do it that way? I don't have a weld tool yet. Okay, good. So now even if I die, I'll respawn there. However, pretty sure this should count for both. There we go. It does. Okay. Boop 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 boop. Anyways, let's see. So I need to go like so. Whoa, hello there. Oops. I'm doing well. I hope you're doing well as well. Alright, so since CraftBot is going to stay here for now, I figure what I'll do is this. So let's go ahead and how much shorter do I need to make this vehicle for it to count? Oh, great. Okay. Well, unfortunately for me, great. Okay. Well, that's annoying. I don't have enough wood for that either. Ay, 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 ay. Hey, Chad, did you know y'all cute? What aircraft is that? That was a loud engine. Hmm,
That was actually a Boeing 727.
that was a regular old Boeing? Interesting. Hmm. I thought it sounded kind of loud. Isn't it kind of weird for it to have gone right over the house like that? I wonder if this will stay slotted into place or if I'll have to actually give it.
Depending on the way the winds are, really, if you go from the airport, they literally all of the aircraft from the airport go right through the house.
Hmm.
If they're flying like any kind of normal flight pattern and not just,
Mm-hmm.
going up to cruise around and come back and it lands. It's, the flight's cool. There's
Right.
lots of takeoffs and landings, but the runway is lined up and based on where we are compared to the airport, even though when we go to
Mm-hmm.
drive there, it feels like we have to go all over the place to get there. Like we have to come down and then the road turns and the road turns again and then it turns again. Like
Yeah.
we're literally even with each other east to west.
Hmm.
So if they take off on runway 28, which is like I said, depending on the winds they use, if you go this way, you're heading right into the house.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so.
Out of Texas to Purdue earlier today, and I took off from Purdue.
Hmm.
Well, actually, I flew from Detroit to El Paso, then El Paso to Lafayette, then flying back to Detroit.
Interesting.
2 days ago, I flew from El Rey de Texas to Indianapolis, and then Indianapolis to Detroit. First
Mm-hmm.
trip. Interesting.
Boop the chat. Do 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 do. Okay. Right. Um. Do 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 do. I may, in fact, even up the speed of that. Boop da boop da boop boop boop. Ah! I unintentionally flipped my vehicle. Hello? I cannot pick the vehicle up, so let's try it this way instead. New! For whatever reason, I cannot pick my vehicle up. I am confusioned. Okay then. Whee! There we go. Oh, no. Land differently? No. For fudge sakes. Come on. Now then, from there, can I please... What, is this because I used... Because the water is force picked up? And force placed? Ooh. Thanks for popping in, Gaelic. Stay up with your golden. Bye. No. Fudge. Wonder if it's actually because of the scrap, the non-refined wood that I have there. So now I need Ember. Okay. If I understand correctly, to collect Ember, I must go to the burned area over this way. No! No, 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 no. No. Okay, you know what? Screw the stuff that I've left on my car. First off. Screw this scrap wood. Now, is that literally the reason I couldn't pick it up? Wow. That's literally the only reason I couldn't pick the vehicle up. No. You stinking car. Okay. Why won't you? Okay. Oh, come on. You know what? There's some modifications need to be done to this vehicle. Some tiny little modifications. First things first. Believe hello. Oh. First things first. This right here needs to be attached at the front. Brought forward a bit That's not even. Dang it. Okay. So, it's only one block away. Okay. Nope. So then we go and do this. This one here. Oh! No, I keep accidentally right-clicking. Um, where'd my last wheel go? Oh, there it is. Okay. So first things first. These connections here. Then, as a test. Okay, that won't work. First off, let's do... Okay, good. Alright, there we go. So from there, we then tack that. Boop the chat. How much do they need for that? For that pump, right? Where is it? Right there. A vacuum pump. Now I just need the components. Fudge. Fiddle faddly faddle. Fiddle faddly faddle faddle fiddle faddle. Also, let's make some more metal here. One. What do I need for my welding tool? Okay, I need 20 of that. Fudge. Fudgety fudgel. Fiddly faddle. Boopity boop boop boop. Just simply missing the water part of this. But that's also not the only thing I'm missing for the other recipe. Let's actually go to that building in there, I think. Maybe. Actually, if that's not a warehouse, I'm gonna clear that. What? There's a dog next to me? Where?
Completely uncovered the whole time. Normally she pokes her head out at least.
Or at least tries to.
Usually after they
Okay.
honestly just lay down.
Mm. Okay. It's getting close to the time I would normally have lunch anyways.
At 1:30,
Half an hour from now.
are you hungry?
Possibly.
Breakfast didn't fill you up.
I had that normal breakfasty time.
I normally when I bring you home breakfast and you one of them at noon and the other one at 4,
Yeah.
have lunch.
Hmm. Sus.
Like yesterday, you took yogurts, but then it was like 4 o'clock or 3:30 when we had the corn dogs.
But that was partially indecisiveness. The corn dog thing. And me wanting confirmation. So there. How dare you? Uh-huh. I heard that. Also, I ended stream early yesterday, if you recall, because I was tired. I must have been very drained yesterday, considering I went to bed at 7. That was like scarily early for me. Die! I need component kits, you meanie heads. I know you can drop them. So give them to me. These stupid haybots will not give me their component kits. How rare of a drop are the component kits? I think I saw a recipe for them in the video they were doing, so maybe that's what I'll have to look for. Try to craft a couple. Of course, I might not have the mod that they used for that, for all I know. Come on. There's one component kit. I still need a whole bunch more. Some more soil. A circuit board. I have plenty of tomato seed. So let's use the tomato. Okay, I have enough for that part of the blueprint. That part of the plan. But only that part of the plan. There's more to the plan than that. Because I also need my welding tool as soon as possible too, so I can start doing things properly. Fertilizer, nice. That's useful. Very, very useful. Do 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 do. How dare you? How dare you lay your annoying hands on me in an attacking manner? How dare. I just wanted to come in here and open these chests and obtain these kits. These component kits, and you had to lay your hands on me. I was being innocent. Wasn't planning on attacking you or anything. And all you had to do was lay your hand on me. Or attempt to. This was complete self-defense. You silly haybot. How dare you attack me? You will regret it. Oh wait, you already did. Dun dun dun. Also, boop the chat, and I'm not a goofball. Chat's the goofball. Chat's goofball. Da 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 da. Got that chest already. Didn't get this one. Chemical. How dare. chemicals. Chemicals are dangerous. Kidding. I swear I'm not a goofball. I swear. Ow. Where is my vehicle? I also swear I'm not mispronouncing words on purpose. I swear I'm not. Oh wait. No, actually I am. I am mispronouncing words on purpose. Trying to be goofy about it. Trying to be, but I'm definitely not a goofball. Not a ball of goof. Nope. No ball of goof here. I should probably have made more bouquets. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Alright, let's see. How much do I need? Do 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 do. I still need cotton. Now, for the pump. There's a water purifier there. That's not what I want. Component kit. Okay, that's how I do it. Okay. I can technically upgrade right now and make all the component kits I need back very quickly. What does that need? Plastic? Yeah. And that needs crude oil. Of course it needs crude oil. Why wouldn't it need crude oil? Why wouldn't it need crude oil? Also, vacuum pump. water container. I need more beeswax and some glue. Fiddle faddle. Fiddle faddle. What about... How do I... How do I use it to store... Crude oil. Is crude oil just an item, so a chest would be fine? But a chest requires glue, so I can't use a I'm confused. Chat, help. R equals confusion. What? R equals confusion. So I need crude oil, which means I need to find a desert. A desert. But also, I should probably make a beacon at some point as well. But let me guess, the beacon's also going to require crude oil. Oil goes in the water too? Okay, thank you. But wait. But how? How does that work? It requires glue. Doesn't glue require crude oil? Oil is in the water. Okay. Oh, glue requires the shells, which I can get from there as well. I was thinking about the big oil sources that tend to be in the desert. I guess that was what I was thinking about, which is why I made the pump. Also, I realized I was mistaken. I need seashells, which I also need to get from the water for the glue. I forgot that I'd seen them do that. I'd seen Calm Gaming obtain oil from those interactables in the water. Anyways, swim for it. Oh, there's the glue clam shells. Okay, well, there's the clam. Okay, there's the oil. There's the oil nodes. That's right. Yeah, I forgot what they looked. I forgot that was the thing. Because I was watching their. So there's some of my crude oil. A single piece of crude oil. Okay. Does that stuff restock? Do you know? Yeah? Okay. Anyways. Where did I park my car? This way, right? Okay, this. Of course, I don't know how much of my game differs from normal, considering... Well, then again, I am playing normal survival, so it shouldn't differ too much. Because the only difference is that I have access to the modded blocks from the custom game, not actually in that custom game. Because technically it's still regular survival. That's right. Hi, little walk. Sorry I don't have any corn for you right now. Otherwise I'd get some milk from you. But yeah, while I do have the modded CraftBot recipes mod and access to the Wings mod and Raft mod creative mode, or Raft mechanic creative mode. I mean, I guess ooh, I didn't realize my vehicle would obtain that stuff. Whoa, whoa, whoa! No, you don't. Oh, fudge, fudge. Okay. No, 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 don't you dare! Oh, come on! No. Kind of regret stopping now. Ah, how much of my vehicle did they break on me? Also, how are you doing, by the way, Lofty? That's good. Wait, it doesn't pause even though I'm in solo. I don't have a friend in, does it? Counts as a server even if I don't have friends in the game. Right? It's one of those games. Anyways. How much of it did you destroy? They destroyed my seat. They flippin' floopin' floppin' destroyed my seat. And my soil's gone. Ah. Bloody flippers. Flippin' floppin' floopin'. Well, that sucks. Also, some of my wheels are gone. Hold up. Is that a lootable wheel over there I spy over there? Yeah, fudge. Go away, you stupid creature. Wonder how many of these lootable wheels exist on the around here. I'll have to look. Okay. So first off, let's make a little bit of glue. Okay. Please tell me there's more of those tires around, so I don't have to craft another one, another scrap tire. No, of course there isn't. Not right around here, at least. Oh well. Okay, first off. Of course they destroyed my soil. Why am I not surprised? I still need beeswax for that plan. But I can at least... Oh, fudge, I need metal for that, okay. Oh, hold on. I get... Oh, fudge. You guys need to leave me alone. Thinking robots that appear to want me dead. Need to leave me be. So how do I get my engine? Okay. So I still need one more crude oil. Ah, fudge. To get the gas engine, I still need one more crude oil. Okay, so I'm missing a seat and a tire. A seat and a tire. Of course I need more scrap metal. Wah, 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 wah. I can't get high enough even with the vehicle on it. Anyways, let's see. Well. Curious what I need for the refinery. Okay. Before I refine that, I want to know how much I need for that. For the actual refinery part of this thing. Let's see. So for a refinery, I need one more component kit. Ooh. Well, there's a resource collector. What do they need for the component kit recipe again? Perfect. Okay. Pick that up. Down over there. Just need some time. Ah, I still need the metal. Oh, fiddle faddle, fiddle faddle, fiddle faddle, fiddle faddle. Well, I need scrap metal for that. So I need to go intentionally fight those things. Okay. So if I take this, can I then carry this with all this? Yes, okay. I can then carry this like this. So now I have that full of scrap wood. Alright, so I need metal. I need metal. Because aside from the component kit, I have everything else I need to make the refinery. Aside from the metal, rather. Okay. Aside from the metal. Could always. This stone is too big for the sledgehammer. Because I know that's a good source of metal too. Alright, Craftbot, lay it on me. What resources do I need to make that pickaxe? I need the plastic. One, two, okay. That's not going to be enough plastic, is it? Because it was only 1 block's worth, right? No, that was 15. Alright, so I need more wood. So let's go ahead and take out another scrap wood, which we'll refine. Now I need to go fight some stinking bots. That's what I need to do. I need to fight at least one stupid hay bot. Oh, hey bots, where are you? I just want to talk. I just want a simple conversation with you. You're not what I want. Go away, leave me alone, you're not what I want. You're nothing. Oh, hey bots. I just want to talk. Let's just say that vehicle has been destroyed. The seat for that vehicle is gone. I have learned to get the drill, I need metal scraps. To get metal scraps, I either need to destroy some more hay bots and refine their arm, or I need to destroy certain resource nodes And to get access to destroying those resource nodes, I need a drill. Or a pickaxe. The pickaxe is provided by the raft mechanic mod. And the drill is vanilla. But yeah, so a couple hay bots and one of those little antenna bots attacked my vehicle. And I want revenge. But I also need scrap, so this is mutually benefiting me. It's giving me revenge, and it's giving me resources. Stupid. Hey bots. Oh, hi, hey bot. How you doing? Oh, fudge. Fiddle faddle. You stupid hey bot. You'll regret that. I will get my revenge. That's the second time I've died in the past 10 minutes, I'd say. Yes, I will get my revenge. These stupid haybots will regret the day they made Ara the Fox their enemy. They will rue the day that they made an enemy of Ara the Fox. They will rue it. I swear to you, they will rue the day. My name is Ara the Fox. You killed my vehicle. Prepare to die. You killed my vehicle. Prepare to die. Fudge. Killed my vehicle. Prepare to die. Also, I'm not a goofball. Also, it's weird seeing my stream in seeing my stream in 720p when I can watch stuff in 1080p. I can't stream in anything better than 720, but I can watch it in better than 720, and it's weird to me. Da 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 da. They killed my vehicle, so they died. I got my revenge, and I got the resources I needed. Da 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 da. Ba 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 ba. Is there a way to get rid of that stupid interactive builder's guide? At this point, it doesn't seem like there is. They killed my vehicle, and they died. So I got my revenge on the stinking. Oh yeah, and they destroyed most of the soil I had access to. Now I'm just making, first off, the pickaxe. Let's see, what all do I need for that? Perfect. I have my pickaxe incoming. For the refinery, what did I need? I needed more scrap. Oh well, that's on its way. Also, wait, that wasn't the refinery, was it? That was the craft work. I need regular metal. That's on its way too. Metal 1. Boop, 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 boop. Anyways. Ta-da! A precious drill pick has been obtained. Are the foxes obtained her precious drill pick? But yeah, they took out my car. They took out the seat from my car, so it's useless. They made my precious vehicle useless. They regretted it. I still need more metal. More metal, huh? Well, good for me. I have this precious item. Oh, come on. You will regret. The day you crossed R the Fox. Uh-oh. Whew. Whew. That was close. Anyways, let's grab the precious. That was close. Sadly that's gonna happen again, but alrighty then. What? What? Ah! No! Bloody flippers! That's not allowed. Now then. Okay, fine. What do I need for a drill? And a tier 1 seat. Driver's seat, tier 1. I need cotton. Ay, caramba. What do I need for a scrap seat? I need 100 wood. Okay. Well, good news. Oh, wait. Not good news. Because I don't have my refinery yet. Also, boop. Hello? I did not tell you to pick that right back up. I'm just gonna let that happen. I'll just let that happen so I can reset everything. Yeah. Okay, there we go. And I still need more. And I still need more. Let me guess. That. Yep. Thought so. Okay, so now I have 100 of that. Let's bring over the... Let's craft that. Temporarily put... Actually, no. Let's set this stuff down here for now. Okay. Select. Alright. So let's try this again. Okay. That's not correct. Those need to be swapped. And that still needs to be connected. Ah. Except I'm still missing a tire. Ah. 5 scrap metal? If only I could obtain that. Technically I can, but it's gonna take life risking and adventures. Life risking adventures. Away! Life risking adventures away. Away I go on a life risking adventure. Yeah. Away I go on a life-risking adventure. A life-risking adventure, yeah. Although I have a theory. Interesting theory. Do. Let's head back to the base and grab our collector again. Let's take our collector with us, 'cause I have a theory involving the water. While these nodes up here don't work, the ones in the water probably do. I am not eating that blueberry because I need it full of seeds. I need to make a seed press. Also, I want to check something. Oh, craft bot buddy. I have a question. How do I make the large plot? Let's see. There's a tree farm there that needs 3 soil, 50 scrap. This needs 10 scrap and 40 wood, but only 2 soil. Unfortunately for me, that does mean that I still need to do something special. I need to regain my soil. Although in theory, there should be a way to craft the soil. No? I thought there was a way to craft soil. Huh. Oh well. Ooh. I can make a little scrap field. Let's make a scrap field for now. Because here's the thing about the scrap field. Unlike regular farming, the scrap field's useful. Also, how do I make a seed press? I need 1 circuit board, 1 component, and 10 wood. Okay. Perfect. Let's go to the tree. In theory, if I place that scrap field on my car, I should be able to then plant. If I interact with... Okay, what do I have in my inventory? I think I need to grow... tomato. But I don't have clean water. Fiddle faddle, I need to craft it. Aha. Of course I do. Of course I do. How do I make the water purifier? The purifier of water. How do I make it? Where is it? Where is it? Because I don't need the makeshift radio antenna. I need 25 scrap metal. Of course I do. Well, that complicates things. Oh well. The water purifier is complex, but in theory, in theory, in theory, if I'm right, there should be water-based nodes. There should be nodes of that caliber, but smaller. Well, not quite of that caliber, in the water. That water should provide me with some metal once I get down there. Let's grab everything from here. I really don't care about activating that builder. Ah, fudge. Oh, come on. Why is it suddenly not working? What? Why am I moving fast? Oh, it's because I'm not hungry anymore. Please. First off. Where did it go? Oh, right, okay. That's right. In theory, I should be able to find some nice, useful, in theory, if I'm right about things, there should be some nodes down here. But I may not be right, apparently. I thought for sure that that mod added nodes to the water, even when you're not in their custom mode. Maybe I was mistaken? Guess I might have been mistaken. Dagneebit. Nibbity nap. Dagnabbity nab nab. Nab. I was so expecting this to work. I thought for sure there'd be some metal nodes down here. You know? Or rather, some mining nodes. But apparently not. Oh, come on. Fine, I'll guess I'll be a dingbat and use the car. Well, it only has 3 tires. Although, I could always do a thing. always invert this. I could always make this thing a trike. Temporarily. Inverse trike. What I could do is this. Nope. It won't work because this is uneven. I'm pretty sure this isn't gonna work. Excuse me. Why did you... Okay. Oh, fudge. No! Why do I keep doing that? I'm a goofball. RS temporary fix. The problem is, this is actually not going to work the way I want it to, because I accidentally made this taller than I meant for it to be. There, hopefully that works. Nope. Okay. Okay. So now Hello? Vehicle? Okay, so what if I... There we go. Oh, okay, that did not work either. Okay, what if I inverse the vehicle, actually? What if I make that the front steering? What if I make that the front and I make that steering? Yeah. Okay, I mean, it's a temporary fix that is not much of a fix, actually. It's arguably not that good of a fix. You know? Also, where's my stuff? Hello? How is it all over there? Okay. Yeah, it's a temporary fix that is not the best of fixes, in my opinion. Could do better, and I probably should have kept my vehicle at a very specific, uneven shape. But because I chose to do it evens, I kinda screwed myself over. Also, we're gonna temporarily get rid of the, outlines. We're gonna then pick this thing up. Okay, that's too heavy for the current level of weight distribution it has. Perfect. Anyways, let's temporarily do this. I need you to stay safe. So we're gonna put you at the highest height that I can put you. And you, my name is Ara the Fox, and you destroyed my vehicle. Prepare to die. Definitely not a quote to something I grew up watching. Definitely not at all. Not a quote at all. That was definitely not a quote at all. Definitely not a quote at all. Nope, 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 you have no proof. But that was a quote to anything at all. Anyways, how much scrap metal do I have? Okay, I'm gonna have to kill a couple more of those things. Yeah, I grew up watching the movie a lot and also reading the book. But yes, it's not, definitely not an altered quote. Not at all. To be fair, that character was one of my favorite characters, too. Part of why I'm quoting him. One of my favorites. Spaniard was one of my favorites. You know? I always found him in the character intriguing. Dehydrated? Oh no. Anyway. Whatever will I do? It's almost like my respawn is very, very, very close. Dehydrated. I was dehydrated. But it's almost like my respawn is very, 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 very close by. Can I place the? Can I force place? No. Okay. I can only force place the buckets. Wah wah wah. Yeah. Partial hydration by being reborn. You. Your kid was involved in killing my vehicle. Cease your existence. Do, 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 do. Cease. I don't think the game pauses. Truth be told. Thank you for the hydrate, Redeem. But yeah, out of that movie, out of that movie and book series, who was your favorite character? Also, R.I.P. Andre the Giant. I would not actually be that surprised at how difficult freezing time would be. Especially in a game that's mainly intended for multiplayer. I very much would not be surprised. But this game was primarily intended for multiplayer. So it's even less surprising to me that they don't have it paused. They don't have it paused. Honestly, I'd have been surprised if it had a pause. To some extent. While it's a useful feature, I would be very surprised. You couldn't pick a favorite? Andre was in a lot of good movies, wasn't he? Well, yeah, that was one of my favorite quotes from that storyline. Did you hear they're gonna... I think I heard that they were planning on trying to redo the movie with an entirely different cast. I don't know how true that was, but I heard. I mean, technically speaking, it's not that hard to have it be a different kid being read the story and them envisioning it differently. Because wasn't the original plotline for the movie itself literally just them reading, just the grandfather reading the actual book to the kid? And if that's actually how the book... the way they actually tried to stay true to the actual book, if I recall. So like it wouldn't be that difficult to have a different kid being read it with and have them envision the cast as a different cast, as different people that vaguely fit the description of the characters from the book. I imagine it wouldn't be too difficult to do that. Different kid imagining the storyline play out. Though, to be fair, for me, growing up watching that movie, I'll always envision the characters as they were in the movie, in the original movie. Now, apparently you can't drive while you're taking any damage. Ooh. Hold up, I can install that sideways? Protect it. Hello, any bots want to slay a human? Or a humanoid being? Rather? Hello? Circuit board. Let's add that circuit board to our repertoire. Did you know? Did you know I'm scary, chat? And you're cute. Why am I bothering to carry those spuds? Those spuds are not useful to me for now. Anyways. Don't tell me. If I had a second player on, I could have them carry that thing. Did it not apply the weight to the vehicle? Vehicle isn't strong enough to get over the hill, so I've gotta move it. Anyways, let's see. What does it take to make a drill? What does it make to make the saw blades? Okay, metal block 10, okay. What does it take to make the drills? Okay, I can convert metal blocks back if needed. Good to know. Anyways, boop the chat. Okay. So I need 20 metal block 2. Oh, that's complicated. Because I also need that metal, the regular metal blocks that I just got rid of. To make those... Oh, there's a Haybot in there. Hello there, Haybot. What are you doing in here? Bad Haybot. Hi, Martin. Welcome, welcome. Hope you are well. I don't have enough. So there is a way to make soil. I just don't have sand. Ah, fudge. Feedle faddly faddle fiddle faddly floodle faddle doodle dee. Alright, let's place that there. I don't need that. Don't need that on me right now. Don't currently need my crude oil on me. Until I settle down in an actual base, I'll leave everything here that I don't necessarily need. Also, not that I'm actually planning on having a true base anyways. I plan on having my base be a vehicle type thing. Anyways. Well, now I have enough, I think I have enough components, at least. Component kits, at least. To make this little refinery, because I think it's 10? Was it? Yeah. It was 5. I need 60 of that regular metal. Great. Okay. 60 of that regular metal. Cool. That's actually easier than I was about to say it was. Because, Craftbot, come here. I need you to convert my scrap metal into regular metal. Okay, so the problem is, now I have to decide. Because I also need to make, a water purifier. And technically I need to make a seed press as well. Is that wood 2? Is that wood tier 2? I think that's wood tier 2, isn't it? No, that's just wood block. Okay. Because I want that seed press. So that I can convert... So you can make seeds. But, okay, so I could make that. The problem is, I need 10 for, I need like 5 or so for the refinery. 5. Okay. Let's see. I need that metal though. I only got 35 of it. One of those scrap metals, I think. Yeah. I only need one of them for here. But then I need to recollect, I need to go kill some more bots for that plan. Craft me a seed press. Well, let's go kill some more bots, I guess. Also, let's temporarily leave this. Ooh, that's not what I did. That's not what I meant to do. We'll temporarily leave this behind. Because I need to get. Oh, fudge. Do I have anything that I can eat other than. No. No, I do not. Ah, fudge. Come on. I need at least one of those oranges to stay up. Shift, drag. Shift, right click. Should hydrate and feed me? Yeah. Alright, so as soon as that finishes, I can press some oranges into seeds. I can press the orange into the seed. And I can attempt to use this thing again. Let's put it on the front of the vehicle again. Alright, so if we go over here, we need seed press. So we need to make banana seed. No, we need to make orange seed. Orange. Collect. Now, that's right, we need the water purifier, don't we? Fiddle faddle, fiddle fiddy faddle, deedly doo, diddly daddly dee. Fiddly faddly fiddle. I just realized I need the water purifier, which needs 25 scrap metal. Can I make it? Yeah, no, I don't think I can. I don't think that gives me enough. I don't think that gives me enough. I think that only gives me 10. So I just wasted that. Yeah, I just wasted that. Fiddly fiddle faddle fiddle faddle. Fiddle faddle diddly doodle fiddle faddle. Fiddly faddly faddle. Well, because I need to make these, I need clean water. I need clean water, which needs that water purifier, which needs more metal, which means I need to go kill more script bots. Anyways, temporarily, let's place that there. Do. Also, let's convert one of the grape, one of the blueberry. I can eat the other. Okay, we'll put the seeds here for now. Actually, no. We need the seeds to be in a moderately safe spot. Obviously not completely safe, but moderately safe. And the reason I want to craft and grow them this way is to avoid the raids before I'm ready. Anyways, let's put this here. Also, let's put the seeds together. Let's try to keep the seeds actually together, as well as the fertilizer near the seeds. Yes, I did say there's raids. Enemy raids. So, if you do gardening, if you do farming the regular vanilla way, those bots will be summoned and attack you and destroy your crops. One of the objectives for the game is to collect resources to trade with the trader, but crops are not authorized according to the bots, so they will come and attack you. And it includes the hay bots, those little antenna guys, and tape bots, which fire tape at you, which can kill you very easily. And sometimes, depending on how big your farm actually is when it trips the sensor, sometimes it includes gigantic red robots that hurt you badly. So yes, there's a raiding feature in this game if you decide to farm the vanilla method. The vanilla method. So until I'm ready to do farming the vanilla method, I have no intent on running any raids. Until I get my first spud gun at least. Okay, let's go grab the collector real quick. I could always make this a little vehicle itself, the collector. I could always put it down on my lift. Attach some wheels to it. And make it a little push thing. Alright, I needed metal. Metal. I need metal. We're gonna leave behind the heavy set thing that makes it so I can't go up the hill. We're actually gonna, whoa, that was not planned. That was like, that went according to nothing, no plans at all. Jeez. You would think my vehicle would be a little more stable. Yeah. It sure appears to prefer, to really love to capsize. Bloody flippers. It could really just be the way I... Ooh, hi there. I actually needed you to come after me. You're actually who I was looking for. Interestingly enough, little Haybot. That was literally the only one I needed, too. Ah, fudge. Whew. Um... Alright. Let's make that water purifier. Ooh, hi. Hi guys. Can we not do this here? Can you not attack my stuff? Can you not? Can you not? Can you not attack my my supplies? Can you not? Okay, good. Ow. Well, there's a replacement component. Clicked. Yes, it does appear that my vehicle very much enjoys capsizing. Quite a bit. Anyways. That was only 10. Okay, just in case there's more. Alright, so we do need to set some more stuff down. There's more stuff I need to set down. Let's actually pick these up so we can make this easier to access. Anyways. Batteries go here. But yeah, there are, instances of being attacked just for wanting to garden. Sadly. Well, that's if I get... Temporarily place the crude oil. Okay. So now, we can go over here. We can make 2 things of... Yeah. Well, the robots are sentient. So the robots, instead of cease and desist orders, decide to outright attack me for farming. They decide to be bullies and say I'm not allowed to farm. Though I've heard tell that But the lore behind this game may very well be that the humans were abusive toward their robots, and the robots gained sentience. The humans of this planet, rather, were abusive toward their robots. And the robots gained sentience, and now hate all forms of farming. That's why they also attack the walks when you see them. Jeez, the water takes forever to make. So yeah, they don't need to send cease and desist. They can just outright attack me. Why send a cease and desist when they can just attack? Did I or did I not have plastic blocks? Did I or did I not have plastic blocks somewhere? So yeah, it's kind of a form of, how dare you do this thing we don't want you to do because your ancestors or your kin did this thing, made us do this thing, and we didn't like it. So we're going to attack you because you're doing the thing we don't like because our ancestors made us do it. Your ancestors or kin made us do it. Even though you were not involved and you were doing it for yourself, not making anyone else do it. Type of thing. Okay, so I need 60 of the regular metal. 60 regular metal. Okay, well, we have some water now. We can grow some orange. Orange. We can grow some orange. Okay, real quick. Let's place down the orange that we're not growing. And let's take this over here. While we're starving, we choose to do that. Wait, no. No. Fudge. I can't cancel it. Yeah. I can't cancel that. Anyways. Use some water. Well, fox spirits don't burp. I was gonna do the fertilized kind. You know? It bugs me that that says that it's going to take 20 minutes to do. Wait. It's already done. It didn't actually take... Wait, no. This says it's going to take 20. And I can't undo that. I can't tell it to stop. Anyways... Because I was going to do the fertilized version. Because the fertilized version, I believe, grows faster. Anyways. But yeah, no. So as far as I know, the lore is pretty much that the robots revolted, and now they're attacking any and all forms of farming.
There's a rain under there somewhere.
Yeah, it appears that there's always been a rain under there this whole time. But yeah, this whole time it appears there's been a Reina. Okay. So I need a bunch more metal. Unfortunately for me, there's only 5 of that. Nope. Nope. Yeah, so the robots revolted, and are revolting in such a way that they're attacking anyone and anything that decides to farm. Even though the ones that are deciding to farm, even if the ones that are deciding to farm were not directly involved in the first place. And it's literally a, how dare you do this thing we were forced to do? Even though you're doing it by choice. How dare you? You'll regret this. Even though you were doing it by choice and not involved in the original situation. We hate all forms of farming now. Farming is banned on this planet. So we will attack you for farming. Is literally what it is. Alright. So, where is my... Hold on. Where's my... Oh, right. My other 2 buckets are in the, were turned into the thing. That's right. Anyways. I could always modify my vehicle. Again. I can convert the direction the vehicle faces. Apparently in survival mode, if I do this, and then I do... Yeah, maybe. This, I should get everything back in my inventory that was once in there. Ooh. I just wasted that seed, didn't I? Oh well. Okay. Well. Dickens! Anyways. We're gonna modify how this works. Okay, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Okay, so then we do this here.
Would you stop that?
Please stop, Dickens. Okay, alright, so then we do this, like so. Then from there, we do this and this.
What are you doing? Why are you being noisy?
Maybe I should have put that a little farther back. Ow. Ow. I hate sneezing. I seriously hate sneezing. Ow. Sneezing is evil. Hi, Rena. Rena's glaring at me for something I didn't do on purpose. She's like, how dare you sneeze? Nice, let's really quick do this, because I want to move this back. Okay. So now we do... This design should work better. I keep right-clicking. Well, apparently he's always been a bit of a brat, if you catch my drift. According to both Risha and her sister, Dickens has always been a bit of a brat. So he earned the name. So now we can do... Okay. So we gear this toward the front more. Like so. We then... That's the downside about this. This specific seat does not fit. None of these things fit the design the way I need them to. So now the vehicle is off-center. But it needs to be for the wheel to work properly. And all the furniture stuff is off-center. Yes, I would. Yep. Okay, that needs to be swapped. Yep. Okay. So then from there, we take and we grab... Apparently I didn't have any fuel anymore. No. 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 Yes. 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 No. You've pretty much already said all of the veggies. Yes. And Chipotle, if possible. Grr. Yes to both. Yes. I was kinda hoping this little mini cycle would be better at staying stable. what I've been thinking about doing is making a sidecar and seeing if that'll help keep it stable. Ah! Even the new rendition of my little motorcycle doesn't work properly. It could be the scrap wheels, but it could also be a little detail. Fudge, 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 fudge. I forgot to turn the engine off. I forgot to turn the engine off. Oh, oh, oh! I forgot about that. Yes. I forgot a little detail of when you remove your seat. It yeah, when you remove your seat and your engine is powered, if your seat is not attached to if you're basically if your engine is powered and you remove your seat, your vehicle will drive off unless your vehicle is attached to your lift. And that is a thing. A scary thing, but a thing all the same. What I need to do is figure out how to craft a chest. What? What? Since when?
I don't know. In the app it does it. I'll have to order it in the store and not be able to use the deal.
It doesn't need to be toasted. But since when? That's new.
I don't know. All three of the breads, regular or toasted, the flatbread is an option to put on there. That's why I didn't notice it until I went to order mine and it asked me. And I'm like, oh, I don't remember picking that on yours.
That's annoying. Wonder if they have a reason behind that. Removing the ability to toast the flatbread when ordering in the app doesn't make sense to me. Anyways, I need more wood because I want to make. But as far as I know, Dickens here has always been a bit of a brat. Am I right in remembering? And
I like this, but
brat is
let's just say
putting it
you got a
loosely.
name for a reason.
Adra was saying that their spouse likes the name Dickens for a pet.
My mom named him that. After they went in and handled him as a puppy and kicked him out.
But yeah. Anyways, let's see how this functions. Right,
What I didn't remember is that apparently we got the first Chihuahua at the same time we got him.
Hmm.
That's what Terry told me in the car when we were talking about him.
Interesting.
At some point they got the second one for some reason. And Terry also told me that Kenya, who was the Chihuahua, was supposed to be hers. But they ended up giving her Dickens instead.
Interesting.
Thought it was a good thing that she didn't end up with Dickens because she probably would have never had Raina. Because she might not have been looking around and not noticed the box that she was in, and if she already had two dogs, she might not have kept her. She did funny though. She said funny how life
Okay. Because it did not ask for tuna to be toasted. When selecting. That's annoying. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter which time, in which way they toast it to me. Even if the stuff's already on it. Well, okay. Instead of getting it meals. Right, we don't need the drinks. Right. Anyways, apparently, I've screwed myself over.
But the promo code is buy a foot long, get one free.
Uh-huh.
Basically,
Yeah.
it's half price today.
Yeah.
So
Well, this complicates things. Interesting. Let's see, so I need... Well, this complicates things. I will still need a second wheel for this design.
did you like the strawberry truffles?
Yeah.
Did you like the white chocolate ones better or the dark chocolate ones?
They were both good. No preference. Normally I would say I prefer dark chocolate, but those were good either way. I saw someone make a tweet saying that people that like licorice scare them. And I replied, but you probably would be very scared of me considering I prefer the black licorice over the regular licorice. It's made even more direct from the plant. I think it has some, but it's not from the same part of the plant. Black licorice is from the root. It's root extract. That's what gives it the bitter taste, yes. And I mentioned that it was bitter as well in my tweet, like it was more bitter, and I prefer it. And she gave a gift, I guess. How long have I been alive? Technically? 4.5 hours, okay. And you're gonna have to go back out to pick your sister up anyways. Right. Four hours and 23 minutes. Thank you, Adra. I wish sushi wasn't so expensive. Dickens. Right. It's a flat rate. A flat rate. Yeah, I've been surprised at the quality of some of the store-bought sushi we've gotten in the past. Like, it's been surprisingly good for being store-bought. Even the fresh stuff has been surprisingly good for being store bought. Yeah, but we have in the past gotten it. Which you're right. But yeah, we try to go for the frozen stuff because we get more.
Yeah, the fresh rolls usually only have 8 pieces, but the bonsai stuff that we buy for
The bonsai or the fuchsia, or however it's pronounced.
have 15 pieces for the same price usually.
Yeah, they both, they're both similar pricing. Um, but we get more when we buy it that way than if we were to buy it as the fresh stuff. What?
Oh, it was raining. It says rain stopping soon. So it wasn't just cloudy here. It actually rained.
Interesting. Anyways,
Yes, I'm putting on my shoes.
she's staring at you.
Uh-huh. She looks a little worried or sad as I'm putting on my shoes and that means somebody's leaving. But it is too soon to go get Mama. I'll be home before that. Then I'll have to go get her again soon.
Yeah, just going to get lunch. Special Valentine's lunch. Okay, okay, this is more stable. Okay. Okay. More stable. However, let's move this to the center. Like so. Stabler. But only barely. Oh! That's what I thought. Barely stabler. Barely. But yeah, the brand we typically get is the Bonsai, isn't it?
Yeah, when we get it from Walmart or wherever.
But there's also that Fuchsia,
That's Aldi's store brand.
because we've also gotten those before. We've gotten Aldi store brand sushi before. And then there was Lidl store brand. And that was
They didn't have a store brand. There was bonsai there too.
what
The Lidl here to get it from.
the one that they had. I could have sworn,
What was bonsai?
was it Aldi then that had the one that had the 3-minute instructions in it? Because the Bonsai never did. Okay. Mhm. Rain outside. I know he chased you away from going outside, Reina. Go on, Reina. What I need is a way to map. Dickens, seriously? I know you can hear me out there. Alright. Oh, hello there, sir. Neural. Don't you dare destroy my freshly fixed vehicle. Bad. Dickens, stop! this is part of why I stopped here. Dickens, I know you can hear me out there. This stuff here is why I stopped here. I'm gonna go ahead and take that too. Huh? Hello? Hello, I hear you. Where are you? Little antenna buddy, where are you? Oh, it's not an antenna buddy. It's you. Thank you for your scrap metal. Yeah, I plan on making a sidecar, but I need more tires before I can go about that plan. Fudge. But yeah, so the game does not appear to pause, which means I may have to, if I go to the bathroom, I might have to exit the game. At least to the menu. Because I don't think there's a safe place for me to hide. So I'll be right back, chat. And I have returned. Do 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 do. I have returned. I'm back. Back, I tell you. I have returned. The fox who is back. Do 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 do. Let's see where it leaves off. Good, 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 good. That's how it works. Good. That's how I wanted it to work. Is that an antenna buddy? That's actually an antenna buddy. Goodbye, antenna buddy. Do not enter. Too bad, so sad. I've entered. What are you gonna do about it? I entered the area that told me not to enter. What are they gonna do about it? Nothing. You know why? No one's here. Therefore, they're gonna do nothing. Nothing about me having entered. They can't do anything. Because they don't exist here anymore. I mean, look at that example of... Look at... Those have got to have been sitting there for a long time. You know? I'm also stealing their soil, their seeds, some signs. I stole the cash register, but look at this stuff. Guaranteed. No one's been here for a long time. So there's no point in listening to their stinking sign. No point at all. No point, I tell you. No point. Well, I'm gonna die. I need a way to map this stuff. Is what I need. I need a map. If we can find a mod that adds a mini map, or even just a regular map, I would be happy. Probably. I could always just lay down a trail of breadcrumbs. Hello there. I have bad news. I've died. Though, right now it doesn't matter if there's a map or not, because when you die, you leave behind markings. There's a beacon to your death point. What the flip? In the Raft Mechanic custom map, this actually does something different than the hammer. We ceased each other. We ceased each other. Eh? Where did he cease? Where was he? Where did he? Wait. We ceased each other, but where was that? R equals confusion. How far out was that? Was the ceasing of each other? Because his body dropped. His arm dropped. Scrap metal. It dropped. So where? R is confusion. I'm confusion. Hello? There it is. Never mind. R not confusion anymore. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Oh, hello there, farm bot friendus. How dare you? How dare you hurt these poor innocent animals? How dare you? These poor innocent animale did not deserve your attack. But yeah, see, that's the other thing. They even go as far as attacking the poor walk. The poor walk get attacked by these things too. It doesn't matter who or what you are. The poor little walk get attacked. It's not just the me. It's not just... I guess so. Or anything farm related. It could literally just be as simple as that. That's why I assumed it was. It's because they also attack the poor walks. How did I manage that? You saw nothing. Adra, you saw nothing. That did not happen. No clipping whatsoever. I was not about to enter the back rooms by accident. Nope. Never. Or rather, my vehicle was not about to be sent to the back rooms. Speaking of this, speaking of the vehicle, I should probably, I was planning on getting off anyways, so let's do save, scrap, cycle, no, scrap trike. Oh, come on! Don't you dare! How dare you? I was naming my vehicle. You evil being. They didn't care that my vehicle was being named. But they've damaged my vehicle. Adra, they damaged my vehicle. Nerve of some automatons these days, yes. Attacking me while I was naming my vehicle. I was literally in the process of naming. Anyways, I plan on giving this dual sidecars. I'll need more wheels, but that's the plan. One sidecar will be for the refinery and refinery related items. The other will include saws on it. It'll be a tree cutter. Oh, and the refinery will have drill. We'll have drills. Yeah, so if we do this, first off, bleh. I wish the player could have multiple. One person could have multiple lifts. Bop, 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 bop. Anyways, again, sidecar mode. Yeah, it's a sidecar type thing. Also, good, good, good. Okay, so now we just need the wheels. Because the plan is what the? Whoa, 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 whoa. There. Actually, let's get rid of that. Like so. There we go. Now all we need is the wheels. But yes, so the idea would be that we would attach to either side of this a little thing here that we could easily just clip away if we want to leave one of the sidecars behind. We would put on either side on either side of this, we would place this kind of thing. Also, since these are sidecars, we do gotta clip into this. Like so. That, of course, will be turning. And this will be the non-turning part. Yeah, right there. So now, we just need to go ahead and make the refinery as soon as possible. Also, these tomato, and these potato. Now, we need to do this. Also, mm, I'm not being a goofball, not at all. Hmm. Alright. So we have the water. Alright, so we have the water. Now we need the fertilizer. In theory, if I do this way, it'll take less time. It'll take half the time to grow. Alright. So what am I missing? I have the 10 component things. I have 5 components. I have 5 circuits. I need 60 of the metal. Of tier 1 metal. That's easy peasy lemon squeezy though. Bop, 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 bop. Everything else is already in my reach. Let's see. So I need 5 of them, not 10 of them. Right? 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And it was 5 each. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Right? 5 each, right? Yeah. Perfect. Perfecto. Now we also need to make a drill when we get the chance. As well, though. Anyways. A drill and a saw. Oh, come on! Come on! Of all things, I only have 55 of them. Let's see. What does it take to make a drill? Because I want to modify my vehicle. I need one more. Because that's what I can do. Ember and water. Ah, fudge. I need regular water. Okay. Let's convert back some of this metal to scrap. Really quick. Craft that back to scrap. Because I think it needs scrap for something else. Well, at least I can make the saw blade. Maybe I shouldn't. Wait. No, I shouldn't. Why did I do that? I'm a goofball. Why did I do that? Oh, I lost some of that, but well. Because that's the thing. I need that saw blade. As well. That saw blade there can be crafted. And then the only thing I'm missing is 5 metal block, and yeah, I have to make that anyways. I have to get more of that anyways. But I can attach the saw blade to a bearing on the front of my vehicle for now. Like I could do a thing here where no, whoa, fudge. No! Dang it! I keep messing up. What is wrong with me, chat? Okay, but yeah, no. Chat, what is wrong with me? Why do I keep messing stuff up like that? Hold on. Why is that spinning differently? Why is that acting different? No, I'm very clearly doing stuff wrong by clicking the way I was. I keep accidentally right-clicking. But yeah, so what we'll do is we'll attach a bearing to the top of this. And it'll have a saw on it. Wait, no, you're not supposed to... Well, so much for that plan. It'll have to be off of here. Ah! No! I don't have the welding tool. I can't fix that. I don't have the welding tool. Fudge! What does the welding tool require? What does the welding tool require? Please tell me. Please tell me I can craft it. No, it needs metal tools. Ah, fudge. Well. So much for that plan. I guess we'll temporarily do it this way. I wonder if this will work, though. Oops. Fudge. Okay. Well, I don't want that to have... I don't want that to operate while I'm... I don't want that to operate the same way that my other thing is. You know? I don't want that to rely on me my steering. Ah. It needs an engine anyways, I think. To even operate, it needs an engine. I think. We'll see. Wait. I hate the fact that it looks like... Yeah. I would need an engine for that. Yeah, I would need another engine to even operate that thing. Because my first engine doesn't have the power. And right now it's assigned to my chair. But I don't want it to be. Let's see. If I go down here... How do I make the scrap engine? I need 30... of that block, huh? Wow. I'll just convert to metal later. Hopefully that's enough though. No! Dang it. Hey, Hey, bot, I saw out here. You still over this way? I saw you running this way. But yeah, see the sign? There's lore for you. Adra. This is where everyone gathered that lore from. That the bots gain sentience from. The lore that the bots gain sentience and revolted. We do all the work while you collect all the profit. Yeah, no. You don't do any of the work at all, human. These guys did all the work. And now, they hate us all. They don't care if I'm not completely human or not. They will just attack on sight. Because of you. Your fault. Your fault we're being attacked by the robots. Yours. How dare you? Die. Die. We could have been friends. In another time. The robots and I. If it weren't for those humans. Yeah, when you start using actual robots. Rather. Oh. Yeah. When you start using actual robots, to do your farming. Robots have the chance to gain intelligence. So I figured out where that lore, where the lore that Khan Gaming and his friend came from. There's a sign outside of the mechanic shop that literally says, "We do all the work and you get all the profit." And it shows a bunch of the big red farm bots with a human standing in the front of the sign. That's where they got the lore from. The lore literally comes from this sign right here. Bless you, Reina. Can you try to look away from me next time? Reina just sneezed right on my arm. And hand. Lay down. Okay. Yeah. At least I look away from you when I sneeze. Lay down. I'm going to ignore this call because it's marked as spam risk. It was a Maryland number.
Yeah, they probably searched my records and found your attached phone number because it's not public, but it's available to them through certain databases.
Hey, Reina.
So,
You're making it difficult for me to play the game. Can you do me a favor and actually lay down, Doodle? Can you lay down? Help. I can't play the game with her like this.
Reina, you need to move.
Reina, move. Come on, move. I can't tell if this was toasted. I would expect it to feel warm if they actually managed to toast it.
Yeah, I don't know if they did or not.
I don't think they did.
Then they just didn't see it.
Oh well. Lay down, Reina.
Weird that it doesn't even give you the option, you know?
Yeah, I find that weird too. Like, it used to. I know for a fact it used to. But like, I'm sitting here. What? Oh.
Plate that I lick it. Make it into a little bowl.
Inverted bowl. Invert the plate and turn it into a bowl that way. Yeah, I guarantee, based on the temperature of this.
Well, remember, it sat there while I was at the other store, too. But
Yeah, but this doesn't look toasted.
it's a Courtney Ranch.
Interesting.
Yep, it's supposedly a limited time. There you go. Walgreens had them on sale, so.
Yo, chat, y'all cute. Yum. Is it just me, or is this somehow less messy when it's not toasted? Mm. I say that, and then I get some of it to run down my cheek by accident. Some of the sauce. Also, I'm only kind of cute. Eh, only kind of. Wasn't that from rewards?
Yeah, but I don't remember how that
Mm-hmm. Do 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 do. Hmm? Yeah, no, I'm only kind of cute. Edra just said you're cute too, then said you're pretty adorbs. Mm-hmm. I'm only kind of cute. I'm barely cute. How dare you? I'm barely cute. Edra says denial will get you nowhere. Do 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 do. Um, let's lift that just to be safe. That. Okay, so what did I need that 35 for? Was it that second engine? Yes, it was. Do 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 do. While that crafts, let's run over. Do 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 do. Grab all this scrap. Did I only kill one? I think I only killed one actually. Oh, harvest bots. Oh, hey bot. Hello. Come here, you little hey bots. I know you're out there. Why don't you come here? That's good. Happy Valentine's Day to you too. And whoopity boop boop boopity boop. Oh no, I included them. The boops were from me. I included them. You may not have included them, but I did. This is not a sledgehammer. This is literally a pickaxe. It's a drill pickaxe, not a sledgehammer. I should be allowed to mine this stone. It says this stone is too big for your sledgehammer. I wonder if that mechanic only counts, if the ability to use this on the resource nodes only counts on the actual map, custom map, on their version. You know? But, like, I don't get stone from this, do I? It doesn't break. That doesn't break. Because I made this thing under the impression that it was going to be strong enough to harvest beeswax, beeswax, beeswax. But yeah, I made it under the impression that it would be strong enough to harvest the regular stone nodes, because that's what it's supposed to do. But I'm wondering if that has to do with something to do with their custom game mechanics. You know? What? Yeah. Yeah, I'm enjoying it. Though I keep making a very unstable motorbike. Well, trike. But still. It keeps slipping onto its side. But you would think the trike would prevent... The trikeness of it would prevent it. It was a quad wheeled vehicle that lost one of the tires in an assault on my vehicle by the stupid haybots. My name is Ara the Fox, and you killed my vehicle. Prepare to die. Oh, there's corn coming from these. Right here. This. Bap. Ow. You killed my vehicle. Prepare to die. Yeah. 100% not a reference to anything. Not at all. No references anywhere. Those are the annoying little haybots that destroyed my flippin' floppin' one of the tires off of my vehicle. Made it so I had to completely reconstruct my vehicle to accommodate for tires. For 3 tires instead of 4. They're called haybots. And they're annoying as hell. No. Though a bot that just shouts out hey repeatedly would be annoying too. Now this is these ones were specifically intended for hauling hay, according to lore. The big reds harvested, and then these guys hauled it after it was baled. As well as hauled it over to like animals and stuff, because they have one of the pitchfork style things on their arm for lifting up, for scooping hay specifically, not just for carrying. And then there's the walks, which are little cute cow thingies. They're this world's cow. Their name is spelled W-O-C. Also, they drop walk steak, which is redundant because steak is expected to be cow meat, and the walks are cows. Therefore, they should already be dropping steak by technicality. Technicality says that they should have already been dropping steak. It shouldn't have to be specified as walk steak, because walks are still cows, therefore by default. But yes, the game has been really fun. But yeah, from my understanding, the haybots were intended, they're called haybots because of the job they were given, which was to deal with hay. The big reds are farmer bots, and they were given the job of pretty much being a combine tractor with a baler built in. Then there's the tape bots, which are specifically a factory-based bot. There's also a smaller red bot that I don't know what its actual purpose is, except for the fact that it explodes and shoots explosives. But the tape bots are factory bots. that were specifically intended for packaging, for the packaging line. And they've learned how to shoot their tape at you. So they're a ranged unit. And then there's these smaller red bots that fire explosive shells at you in the factories. Then there's these cute little antenna wielding guys. I don't know what their actual intentions was, but I've heard them referred to as Tokes and Totes. Two different very similar names. I assume it's more of like they were signal boosters. Probably. Because of their antenna. Because they always have a signal coming off of their antenna. So I figured they were signal boosters. I think it was spelled T-O-K-E. Which is why I think it could also have been T-O-T-E. That I actually heard and confused it for Toke. Give me a sec. Oh, right, the game doesn't pause. These little guys, I believe, were called either Tokes or Totes. Let me see. Yeah, Totebot. It's called a Totebot. And they're a radio. They're a walking radio. That's what they are. The Totebots are a walking radio. And if you hook it up to a logic gate with several other Totebots, you can make music with them. Or you can sit in the GUI and just make music that way. But yeah, they were in fact a radio. And it was Tote. T-O-T-E-S. Well, the S is just for when you're talking about them plural. When you're just saying totes for short. Raina's like, I better get some of that. I'm eating a sandwich. And yes, I don't have any food in the in-game. That corn is not edible by the player. For whatever reason, this corn is not programmed to be food for the player. It's only programmed as food for the walks. Otherwise, I would not be starving to death right now. My character would not be starving to death right now. This is also not the first time my character has starved to death. But that's because I've been being very cautious about how I'm farming. Well, no, they'd be better at Don't Starve. Because in this version, they have to be very careful. In this game, they have to be very careful about their farming. Otherwise, they'll get murdered by robots that hate farming. Though I do see the joke that you tried to make there, actually, now that I think about it. Because they've starved to death a few times. But yeah. The problem is, if I go to make a farm, it will summon a bunch of those robots to my farm, and they will kill me. What? Interesting.
Radio Texas, where that other plane came from originally,
Hmm.
before it went to Detroit and then back to El Paso and then back to here.
Do you perchance have a napkin? I mean, that works too. Entire roll of paper towels.
The napkins would have never made it over there.
Yeah, I agree. Now that I think about it. Oh, come on. Is there another tilt bot around? Hello, sir? Ma'am? Whatchamacallit? Come here. Bad. Leave me alone. Leave me be. But yeah, no. If I didn't have the parameters of, if I farm, I'm going to be killed by robots, I'd probably be doing a heck of a lot better. You know? I imagine I'd be doing a heck of a lot better. If I didn't have those stupid parameters. Anyways. Boop. Okay, so this engine gets installed there. Ah! No, that's not what's supposed to happen. That was supposed to be attached to the other thing. Fine. This then gets attached to the bearing here, and then attached to the seat. Actually, no. I guess I have to leave it there. Okay. I didn't want that to be attached to the seat, actually. So let's temporarily turn the power off to the regular engine, so we can temporarily remove the seat. There. Then we take that, and we attach that there. Ah! I have a tree cutter. No. The reason that it's being extra floppy now, by the way, is because I removed one of... I have a tree chopping motorcycle trike thingy. Problem being, though, I have now removed... Oh, right, no, that's right. The connection's not attached. Oh, right, give me that. Now, let's swap the direction that rotates. I have a tree cutting machine. Apparently I don't, because it's not far enough out. But I should have a robot cutting machine. Or not. Apparently I don't have a robot cutting machine. Because my vehicle fell over. Again. Yeah, they're afraid of it. That's the cool part about this. But yeah, apparently that is not quite far enough out. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna make this go farther out. Like so. Ooh, wait, I can't do that. Do. Then we'll attach it. Ooh, that's not what I meant to do, but okay. I accidentally right-clicked again. In theory, that should now aha! Although, I probably want one that's horizontal, vertical as well. Because, if I have a vertical one, I can use it... Did it become more stable as soon as I attached the saw? Wow. Is there a reason for that, do you think? That the game would have made my vehicle more stable when I attached the saw to it. While it became slightly more stable, it's still partially tipped. But not as bad. Did you notice that, Adra? It didn't tip as bad as it has. Haha! True breaker of trees. I'm mostly just having fun, so... And I had no set length of time. Haha. Right. Oh my... My vehicle. Ah! The tree landed on my vehicle. The tree landed on my vehicle. The tree force flipped my vehicle. So, okay. I know how this works to some extent. The saw. So I need a way to make the saw pivot without cutting um, without cutting the vehicle. Yeah, I need it to be able to pivot to better stuff. Anyways, I can eat this one orange. Cause yeah, right there. Oh, hey, it's the wood blocks. It looks like once it's been cut, I can do the portioning myself. Now I just need a drill, which will go down in front of that tire. There will be a little bit more. It'll go down in front, and there will be a drill. And off to the either side, I think I'll put additional saws. Boop. I just almost picked up my unopened soda to drink out of it. But yeah, it looks like as long as the tree's been cut down, I can do the portioning myself. But I would rather have a collector attached to my vehicle to collect all the scraps with all the pieces that are knocked down. A system set up to take those said pieces and convert them into scrap. Yeah, it'll be fine for now. And it just takes a lot longer to refine this wood because of the fact. Ow! You! Prickly pear. How dare you? Go away. But, the plan is I'll have two sidecars. The collector sidecar, like this one. Here. And the refinery sidecar. Where it'll technically be connected to each other. Yeah, I want to make the vehicles essentially a modular thing, where there will be a couple sidecars for varying purposes, like that one. I might have to combine the refinery sidecar into the collector sidecar, because I don't want to risk having to have a section that I have to disconnect and reconnect every time I want to disconnect my vehicle. Though, I could always do it a bit differently. There we go. Because I might have to do it a little bit differently. But this was the, because that's how it interacts. What stuff in the first place? I can kind of just back the stuff in. But what I want to do is I want to eventually have wheels attached to that sidecar. I want to have wheels attached to that sidecar. I want it to also be a trike type setup. And then when it's attached to the vehicle, I want to have it so I connect its wheels up to the vehicle when it's attached. So I'll need an additional engine for the purpose of attaching the tires to. That when it's disconnected will be off. Anyways, that thing's full now. So what I can do then, once we get the refinery, the plan would be attach the refinery to the back of the vehicle, either to the back or the front of this. So basically, I would do this like so. But first, ow. Because, yeah, I would not have that connected. I would probably also need this to actually move back to there. And then the refinery would be right about here once I actually obtain it. What am I still missing? Was it regular metal? Yeah, I think it was regular metal, which I can make a bunch of right now, but not nearly enough. I also need more tires and bearings. I can make another bearing right now, but first off, let me see. I have the one bearing in my inventory. That one bearing would go there, and then a tire would be there. I'm actually thinking about making this look like a trike, but have 4 wheels instead. 2 of the wheels will be right up next to each other. Okay, so I don't have anywhere near enough metal blocks, because I'm pretty sure this needed like 60, right? Yeah, 60. And I only have 45. I was thinking, if I do the refinery combined thing, what I'll do is I'll actually attach those saws to here. The saw will actually be attached on either side of this and up here, and then there will be a drill there will be a couple drills in the middle and then 1 or 2 drills here. Eventually. Because the collector could collect that stuff too. But yeah. Anyways, let's see. I need you to have a notch of power. You to have a notch of power. Ah, fudge. Hi, little buddy. How you doing over there? Why don't you get hit by my drill? Not my drill, my saw. Come on. Why don't you come get hit by the saw? What? It wants to kill me too. Come on. No, 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 no. 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 Bad. You're not allowed to touch any part of my vehicle except when you get hit by the saw. That was close. You okay, precious tripe? It didn't hurt you, did it? What? Problems? I'm not allowed to be worried about my vehicle? That I've already had to rebuild? Babe? I've already had to rebuild them because of that one of those things. So of course I'm worried about it getting hurt. Anyways. Of course I don't want my vehicle to get hurt. So apparently I have to do some minor chopping of the tree at the even on this scale. Yeah, I definitely need to find a way to make the saw go vertical. I have an idea though. What if I do this? That kind of worked. It kind of works. I don't have any pistons yet, so kind of had to come up with something. Okay. Hehehehe. The thing is, about this vehicle, about this lift, there is infinite power to this thing. Like, it can lift anything in the game, regardless of weight. It doesn't matter how much thing you're trying to lift with this thing weighs, because it lifts anything. So if I can figure out a way to use that to my advantage, I will. What? Problems? Alright, thanks for hanging out, Andra. Remember to stay epically golden. When it's not in use, we turn it off, so it doesn't use my fuel. Then from there, we take everything that we need to have refined and place it on the vehicle. So what we can do eventually is use a refiner to do the refining. Do oranges... Have oranges always grown on trees, by the way?
As far as I know.
So as far as you know, there's never been a form of orange that grew on like a bush or anything.
I don't really know. I've heard it being a tree. One also just grows on trees. I've not heard of it.
Because they have a tree plot in the mod. But oranges do not grow in the tree plot. They grow in the regular garden plot. On a single bush-like plant. And it looks like it only ever gives out one in that variant. Which is okay, because it gives you out 5 seeds if you use the seed processor. But, like, you need a lot of them before you can ever actually make a profit, you know? What I mean? Like, you need quite a bit of them before you can ever really make much off of them. And, like, it's more than can be reasonably done in this game, at least, on that raft, in the raft world. Because even then, even with that, at the point that they had switched over to the raft world, they were still growing their crops. They were still stopping to grow their crops on land, if you recall, when they said they weren't going to stick around to find out. Yeah, that was from them initiating a raid because they were farming. And them saying, well, we've already got all of our crops harvested. I don't want to stick around to find out what's going to happen with these guys. Yeah. Hey. And I can't lift my vehicle that way. Because of what I've attached to the vehicle, I can't lift it. When you add refinery stuff to the vehicle, it doesn't let you pick it up. Bam. It doesn't let you attach it to your lift. Anyways, let's see, I need some more regular metal. Some more regular metal. Take. Alright, so now I have 55, I want to say, which means I'm just short of what I need. Yeah, I need 5 more scrap metal. Fiddle faddle, fiddly faddly, fiddle faddle. Also boopity 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 boop. Do 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 do. If I recall, the raft added bed lets you sleep. Like sleep the night away. And I don't know if that works on, like, the raft mechanic bed lets you sleep the night away. But I don't know if that works on nights that raids are initiated. But again, I don't want to do regular farming because I'm worried about my capability of handling the raids, you know? Especially since I don't have a base set up. I'm just using the mechanic shop as my quote-unquote base. What? No, 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 no. Why did you attach right there? Wait. I need 1, 2, 4, 5. Let's put the 5 that we need here. Then from there, we need these metal blocks as well. There. Alright, so all of the metal blocks I need are right there. Except for the last 5. So I need one more Haybot's worth of metal. Of scrap metal. Also boop. Yeah, I need one more. One of the vehicles that they made in their campaign was a Zamboni. Specifically for refining the materials. They put their refinery in the middle of it and used it for refining all their materials. Ow! How dare you sneak up on me? Well, I guess I got 2 Haybot's worth of metal. Beb. I got twice the amount I needed. For the price of 1 trip out. Did you hear me? Twice the amount I needed for the price of 1 trip out. Dehydrated? Oh no. Whatever will I... Oh wait, I can't do anything. Dagnabbit. Ow. Uh-oh. I almost got 4 times that, but then got killed. I guess technically I got 4 times out of it because I have to go back and grab my backpack, but it's not for 1 trip out. It's for 2 trips out now. Because I died and went back to my base. You know? So I got 4 times the amount I needed for 2 trips out. Because I didn't need 40. I only needed like 5. the equivalent of 5 regular metal. And unfortunately, they don't come out in intervals of 5, so technically I got way more than I even needed. Because it takes 15 of them to give me 10. Bam. It takes 15 scrap to give me 10. And each arm gives me that much scrap. Boop, 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 boop. I can make my refinery now. By the way, I have my refined bot finally. Yeah, I ended with 5 extra. From what I've already made. What I've already processed. However, if I go over here. Alright, so we take this over here. I actually don't know how to... Okay, so now it does it. They have to come in contact. Okay. So it has to sit on it. Interesting. Interesting. What does a drill need again? Let's see. What did that need? 20 metal block 2. She has ember and water. Fail that one. Yay! Well, I have a refinery set up now. Can you fall in? No. Okay, you can't. You alright? Yeah, I need a... I need a chest attached to this. If I want it to work on multiple resources at once. Also, because of how I did this, I technically need to do a little bit different. Finish up the resources. And then I'll lift it. Also, actually... No! That is not where I clicked. Fine. I guess you decided to screw with me and claim I clicked somewhere I didn't. I'm gonna have to rebuild my stinking saw blade setup. The game decided to claim that I right-clicked an area that I didn't click. So now my saw blade has to be reattached. Bearing and all, which means I have to rewire it and everything. Although I was planning already to do something a little bit different. Yeah, so let's see. I need to go ahead and do this. Okay. So what we'll probably do is a bearing here. Bearings, like a bearing or something, a bearing attached to like a setup that allows you to turn them. Yeah. I imagine if my person didn't have to worry about farming, they would not be starving so much. You know? Anyways, let's see. What do I need to make? Okay. So let's do a real quick check on what we need to make. Alright, so we need the welder. Needs a bunch of metal block 2. Metal block 2 needs ember and water. We have the ember, but we don't have the water. We have a ember, but we don't have the water. So if I take the engine, make sure it's not it's the one with no hookup. I move it over here. I should be able to attach it here. I can then go ahead and do. Plan is, okay, so if we go over here, we should be able to make a couple bearings, but we only need one for our plan. The other one can turn into regular metal. The 15 of those can turn into regular metal. Basically, plan is this. My plan is simple. Bop, bop, bop. Alright, wait. Neil. Wait a second. Did I need another bearing for this plan? I don't think I did. No, I didn't. What am I thinking? Of course I didn't. Because here's the deal. That goes to there. Like so. Now let's make it go out a little bit farther. That way it's not clipping itself. There we go. So that gets turned by a switch. Wait, no, I need a bearing for the sake of this turning. Fiddle faddle. Pretty sure I need a bearing for the sake of this turning. Yeah, I need at least one bearing attached to that setup. Ah! No! I messed up. I needed a bearing. Blah 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 blah. Blah blah blah. Blah. Because I was going to modify this to have the saw attached to the future sidecar. And actually we need to make that I need to modify this. This needs to be hooked to a switch. This one needs to be hooked to a switch. So it's that one needs to be hooked to a switch so I can flick it to turn it. This one is the one that needs to be hooked in a meaningful way. So if we take, first off, we do this. Then we take this one. I'm gonna probably, after I test this, I'm probably gonna end stream. Then we take and we hook these bearings up to this engine. We make sure they're facing the same way. We turn the engine on. Okay, good. So now we can take this out this way. In theory, what I should actually do is this. Okay. Actually, no. This is not what I should do. Now that I think about it. That was fine the way it was, because of how it's shaped. That design was fine the way it was. Yeah. Because that needs to have the, one of those needs to have the downward bearing. Yeah. Although now that I think about it, I probably did need. This engine is now out of fuel. Hi! So now we should be able to go over here. Did I have any spare fuel over here? No. I can borrow some from the actual cycle, though. I guess. have anything num-nums? No, my character does not even have anything num-nums. Gurs. If I had the welding tool, I would consider making that thing, taking one of those off and lowering the thing. Anyways, let's collect their stuff real quick first. What, what's that do? Oh, this is like a little sandbox area where I can create something. Okay. I assume that auto-loaded creative. Yeah, probably. Happy Valentine's Day, Lugia. You caught me at an interesting time, though. A very interesting time. Let's see. Who to raid, who to raid, who to raidity raid. Who to raidity raid, raid, raid. Let's raid. Let's raid Hammer the Shark. Slash raid Hammer the Shark, if I did that right. What do you mean the raid has been created but it's not showing up? Hello? What? Slash stop. Slash raid. Cancel. Grr! Well, I guess I'm not raiding today because it decided to glitch. Hope y'all stay up and get golden. Love y'all. Bye.